Oi, pessoal da tradução. Eu sei que vocês estão me ouvindo aqui, mas é que eles estão transmitindo um.
Oi, estamos ouvindo sim, Maurício Nogueira aqui da tradução, tudo bem? Caio, tá me ouvindo?
Ouço sim, tá me ouvindo?
Tô ouvindo, mas tá um chiado quando desliga a música, tá um chiadinho, tá? Parece uma
Peraí.
chuvinha caindo.
Eu vou tentar tirar a música que vai pra vocês. Peraí.
Ah, agora tá
Alô?
ótimo,
Foi.
agora melhorou, agora tá perfeito.
Beleza.
Tá jóia,
Tá.
agora tá ótimo.
Tem mais aqui, mais uma pessoa aqui. Deixa eu aceitar.
Tá.
Falar isso aí, você também, tá bom?
Agora chegou a outra intérprete, a Vivian.
Tá bom. Tem mais
Vocês
alguém para
estão,
entrar?
vocês estão me escutando?
Sim.
Ah, bom, boa
Estamos,
tarde. Oi,
Boa
Maurício,
tarde,
Vivian,
tudo
boa tarde.
bem?
tudo bom, tudo certinho?
Tudo jóia, graças a Deus.
Posso startar a sala já?
Os outros dois já chegaram de espanhol?
Deixa eu ver.
Priscila tá aí,
A
A Priscila tá aqui,
Priscila.
né?
Maurício. Falta
É,
só o
acho que são.
Luciano, que deve estar
Tá, ainda não
chegando.
conectou. Tá bom, tô aguardando então.
Oi, Priscila, tudo bem?
Na escola, no trabalho e nas relações. A cultura digital mudou tudo e vai continuar mudando. Para fazer parte dessa transformação, a Fundação Telefônica Vivo apoia a construção de uma educação que dialogue com os desafios atuais. Um novo olhar. A digitalização contribui para a melhoria da educação pública brasileira, criando caminhos de inclusão social e equidade. Por isso, apoiamos o desenvolvimento de competências digitais em educadores e estudantes. É um movimento que não acontece sozinho. Promovemos a solidariedade e acreditamos na colaboração para potencializar soluções. Somos parceiros de organizações e agentes públicos em todo o país. Educação como um dos pilares para a transformação digital. Fortalecemos o que há de mais essencial e humano nas escolas: as pessoas, suas histórias e relações.
Olá, boa tarde. Olá, sejam bem-vindas, bem-vindos, bem-vindes a todos para essa que é a grande Conferência Mundial de Educação, Inovação e Tecnologia, enlightED Brasil 2022. Para quem não me conhece, eu sou Fernanda Cabral, ativista, comunicadora, e estou muito feliz de estar aqui com vocês para mais um ano de discussões tão importantes. Seja aqui presencialmente no Teatro Vivo em São Paulo ou online para quem está nos acompanhando virtualmente. Esse é um encontro que acontece também na Espanha e em outros 8 países da América Latina. É promovido pela Fundação Telefônica Vivo, em parceria com a EA University, South Summit e a Fundação Bancária La Caixa.
And the foundation with the goal in technology and education for us to reflect about the big challenges of learning and for us to get our practical conclusions about this debate. Here in Brazil, this is the second time that this conference takes place, and it's the first one that we have the opportunity, and I take the opportunity to greet you. And we have now the secretary, we have the president of the board of the state of Santa Catarina, and we have Felipe of the Council of Santa Catarina, and with the use of technology in basic education. Due to the pandemic last year, those who followed our event did it online. We had over 936,000 people in Brazil, and many people watched our talk. So thank you very much for being with us here. Thank you very much, those who are following our event online, and also those who are listening live on YouTube. There is a link here. So all of a sudden you might be at work or you might have a problem, but you will be able to follow, and also tomorrow. So we are here face to face. We are also remote, and I'm going to bring you now the theme of our conference this year. We have an extensive program of debates, of talks, innovation, connecting, education. This is a moment for us to think, for us to reflect. Only digital culture can help us with transformation. So how can we, educators, with our conversations here, we're going to have to see about all the challenges that we live in the present time after the pandemic and the isolation that we had. Making this more and more relevant for educators.
Now, we're going to face the present challenges to look to the future and give more possibilities to public education in Brazil to see how it can be transformed based on the good use of digital technologies. We hope that by the end of tomorrow, we'll take home several ideas and insights, and also the way to transform and digitalize our way of doing in order to progress. Now, I invite to the stage Vice President of Institutional Relations and Sustainability, Renato Gasparetto. Welcome, Renato. Good afternoon. Welcome, everyone, and welcome to Vivo Teatro or Vivo Theater. I'm very pleased to have all of you here joining us remotely in an event which is considered one of the largest education events. We are very pleased to say that we are in the fifth edition and the second time in Brazil. That's the fifth edition in the world. We are here in person. This is a wonderful news to all of us. And this agenda, which will gather together experts to debate technology, innovation, and schools, has a lot to do with Telefônica Brasil's agenda. Just to remind you, our foundation is the social arm of Vivo. It is a foundation that gears at public school. This event dialogues with our purpose. The purpose of Vivo is to dialogue in order to get together. We have over 3 million customers. We understand that more than an infrastructure company, Vivo always seeks to be a digital hub, that is, to connect people with people, to bring services that are more and more connectiveness. And this, of course, goes through the process that we have been experiencing in terms of transformation at Vivo Foundation in the past 3 years. The foundation, through its team, led by Graz, and I take this opportunity to greet all the team that have developed and organized this event. The foundation is more and more geared at public school, especially the development of digital competences, both for educators and students. There are several programs ongoing, but more than that, debates and reflections. We want to transform these programs into public policies. That is why it is important to have our Secretary of Education present here today, representatives of the education councils from several states in Brazil. It is a crucial moment so that we delve into this discussion and also to be able to bring light to such a complex topic in a moment that post-pandemic, the students are back to school. But at the same time, we understand that technology and innovation bring several opportunities so that learning be more and more inclusive, be more and more efficient. Public schools should bring to our country the major social transformation that Brazil always sought. I'm not going to extend my speech. I believe the most important debate today will be done among the experts. I'd like to remind you that among several programs of the foundations, we have connected schools with over 50,000 teachers that did IAD training sessions. The program of data science, which is our newest program, is a pilot program in 5 states. We are expanding this program now. This set of data wants to connect all the market, an ample market to be connected with youngsters so that we can offer them the possibility of entering technology, machine-to-machine learning, and others. In other words, it is an experience that we have been developing with the foundation. I would also like to thank you for the opportunity of being able to participate in the enlightED international circuit. Like Fernanda said, there are several countries united here. I'd like to wrap up by wishing you a wonderful event. Just to remind you, our foundation has as its logo education to train. We understand that digitalization is a strong and powerful tool to include everyone. Thank you very much. I wish you all a very good session. Thank you very much, Renato. It's very good to hear you about Telefônica Vivo Foundation and the connection with this topic to tell us why we're here and the way the foundation is getting together with other institutes for this event. Our first keynote speaker, we're going to he's going to say a lot about schools and the challenges that many of you face on an everyday basis. When we talk about transforming education, we have to ask ourselves, who is it going to be benefited? Who is going to be the core of our movement? It is important to include our youngsters in multiple terms. How innovation can support equity in order to inspire us and bring us a lot of new learnings to talk about the role of digital learning in order to expand horizons for the youth. I'd like to invite the rector of Zumbi do Palmares University to talk to us, to give his keynote speech. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here and be able to participate in such an important forum. I'd like to greet all of those who came before me and the ones who are going to speak after me. I'd like to say that I'm personally touched by this topic. It's such an important thing for our city, our state, and our country. It is important to be here to reflect upon some of these topics, which are part of our structure as a country. A topic that is both challenging and really requires the most of us in order to leap into the future. This is going to be the major change and transformation that is really urgent. I'd like to bring to all of you some ideas. I am the rector of Zumbi dos Palmares University. I'd like to convey on behalf of our academic team, on behalf of our professors and students, a very warm welcome to all of you. I'd like to say that we're very glad to be protagonists of this debate, and also to say that you are invited to the major events and the great movements that are taking place here in São Paulo, Brazil. We are approaching the week of the Black consciousness. This agenda is permeated by the discussion on education, which is absolutely necessary and timely. What we see here as a reflection that will bring important information to this important topic is exactly the moment we are in right now. We are just coming out a global pandemic that produced several different impacts in our day-to-day lives. We are still trying here in Brazil to go further in search of an economic structure to welcome different requirements and positions from our society, especially from the most vulnerable spheres of our society. At the same time, we are trying to move away from a very hostile political debate, and I should say even aggressive debate. We know that even now we see the degree of confrontation that we have seen among ourselves in our society, the level of aggressiveness that we saw in our society, and how this aggressiveness that could be just a political polarization has become a polarization of people's own existence, even the institutions and the way society moves on. We have seen on the newspapers and on TV news that the students are themselves confronting one another. And I see that all of this together brings us a new opportunity in order to think ahead about this topic, which involves all of our battles, which is education. And taking this into perspective, we have the pandemic, we have the economy stress and polarization, which is political, but of course has some impact in different levels of society. All this makes us think, as our presenter said, who is gear this education to, and how the education can comply with their basic purposes. What we know and what we have seen in the past 10 years here in Brazil was this confrontation, especially between asserting and at the same time denying the value of these issues or the structure of the possibilities of the education, what the education can bring us. And the denial of education was something that surprised us a lot, especially now in this moment, which is so intense when we start discussing all this important issue. Denial is something that we have seen all around us. On every aspect we see it is completely irrational. And the denial is really pervading all levels of the society, and we have to see how to overcome this stage. And also, denial is present, especially in those groups that see in education an environment of inflection and an environment, if not hostile, at least a place of confrontation. Here, we are talking specifically about the most vulnerable levels of society, about those who have different challenges within this space. We have also to mention racism. We have to see how the education environment be inclusive to everyone, regardless of race and skin color. This is an extraordinary challenge, as you may know. So denying has become an education challenge. We have to see that the way of doing things today either excludes or do not welcome most of these youngsters, especially the most vulnerable ones, especially Black children. First, this look, and then the structure presents itself or manifests itself as to how to work this overall denial and how to transform these tools and this space in an antidote for this sort of things. And here we see the crucial problem for us. How, even today, our society and several other societies the world over and have not yet been able to put education as a proactive and assertive social value, a priority social value. That is why most of the challenges and limitations and impossibilities is based on this perspective that puts us as protagonists of a reality that conditions us. And because of this, we cannot deliver what we have to deliver. Some people think that education can wait. Education should not be a priority. Many people think. That is why we have not been able, even today, to put education as a priority for our society. We want to put at the core of this issue professors and teachers. We have not been able to put a teacher and a professor at the center of our discussion. They should have all available mechanisms and tools to have them acknowledged by the society. We have not been able to turn this into reality. That's why we see youngsters that are willing and that are satisfied and wishing to be a future teacher. Doing this or trying to convince these youngsters to be a future teacher is a daunting task sometimes. That is why we have seen through private and public policies how the driving of these professionals into a profession of teaching sometimes need to be reformulated. We don't have even the teachers to replace those who are leaving. We don't have qualified teachers to meet the demands that the country requires, not even the teacher that should be skilled and qualified for present times and for the future that is right at our doorsteps. Without answering this question, without having the present students to be the teachers of tomorrow, we will not be able to leap or the way we want to do in terms of education. Teachers should be like Neymars and Ronaldos. They should be applauded by everyone. They should be given due value. They should be sources of inspiration for everyone, but especially for our youngsters. We'll see that today in certain classrooms, some teachers even have to use those protection vests against bullets. You can imagine what the situation is today. Sometimes they have to wear those kind of armors to protect themselves when they go to a classroom. Some of you who are managers, entrepreneurs, and some of you who are part of the organizing and management of resources know that it's impossible to build something of good quality if you don't have the inputs and resources to improve the situation. We still bet on a model that did not work in several parts of the world and did not work in Brazil as well. They are limiting and they hamper the possibility of education to fulfill its purpose with quality. This, I'm talking about the school management. Today in our country, in our city, in our state, everything is guided by political preferences that many times they confront the demands of modern requirements, education with quality that are committed to our present days. The same day, the training and the enhancement of education today need to go through this discussion. Technology in this aspect can help us a lot, but if we do not do what we have to do, that is to give the natural resources to those who need it, we will never achieve what we want to achieve. We need the means and tools in order to move ahead. On the other side, we have an issue which entails education in our society. This means the fact of not giving due value to our professional teachers involving education. What I mean by this is to have this internalized and to know that education is a characteristic of all of us Brazilians. We know that we are one of the people in the world that reads the least in the world. When we think about our professional career, we do not give the attention, this aspect that we should be paying attention to. And this starts at home. Sometimes we take our children and give to a third party in order to have them train them in terms of education with a minimal participation of ourselves. Sometimes we do not even control or track the kind of education that these youngsters are having. If parents do not get together in this effort to change learning and have reading as a focus point to these young people, we will not be able to give this leap towards the future. I'm talking about the parents of those who mostly need education. I'm talking here about the vulnerable parents. It is difficult to imagine that young people today would be able to have a welcoming father or mother that would have the minimal tools to help those young people, to help them in their uh, tasks and homeworks. Also, the quality of knowledge that they are receiving at school, without including parents in the task of growing an educational society, we're not going to achieve our goal. The value of education that uh, releases and liberates uh, has to be part of our everyday thinking, both at home, at school, and everywhere. We are going to need to be able to discuss all this in order to bring this army, if you will, of parents to help us in this sense. This will allow youngsters to feel stimulated and inspired and to feel willing to remain at school and after leaving school to move ahead in their professional journey. Another important point that challenges today is the need to find a way midterm that allows that private and public teaching converge so that we can have a sort of leveling of both systems, especially in competitions that we have, specifically in the job market. Of course, public schools have their limitations, but we need to have this standardization, both in the primary and secondary schools. We need to focus specifically on education. How can we have this knowledge be the same both on private and public education so that later on these students are able to compete at the same level? We know resources are needed, we know structures, infrastructures are needed, but of course politics is involved. How are we going to do it? Are we going to have middle class inside public school or have vulnerable students into private schools? I don't know. But we need to discuss everything. Without discussing, we are going to see the results of the exams that we saw last week. We have a lower number of students that were able to pass to go to university because of lack of education. We have thus to focus on the tough work of studying. We have a serious problem to solve. Our students are dropping out of school. Our youngsters do not want to go to school, and those who want to go to school cannot afford to go to school. That is why we're going to need to have other events such as this one. We have to know how to transform this environment of education into an environment which is inspiring, that may be able to retain and also serve as an inspiration for these families and youngsters so that they keep on trying to get to the higher education and most specifically to the job market. Of course, we have several difficult challenges ahead of us. We have to know the education we want and what kind of citizen we want to produce. And these two things go through the attention on racial inequality and how racial discrimination, how bigotry have harmed our possibility of moving ahead on education, how they have taken away the focus on education, how we can make significant changes. Also, something that should propel us. First, when we think about our democratic environment, especially on human rights, and because of this, we should reject any kind of injustice, especially those that are selective in terms of young people based on their race and the color of their skin. Also, a different format in terms of curriculum, something that would bring all these ingredients that feed back and impact all this environment. The anti-racist education begins first with teachers and managers and educators. It has to be enhanced in terms of fighting all those elements that voluntarily or non-voluntary produce the same kind of results. Or as they say it's not enough not to be racist. We have to be all anti-racist. Nobody can agree with a syllabus that do not contemplate this value. Nobody can agree with a management that does not fit these values. Nobody can think about any kind of teaching that do not include contributions from these levels of Brazilians or this part of society. Nobody can agree with a kind of education that do not represent those people. Schools that do not have black teachers, black students, or black managers will never be a good school. We cannot do concessions any longer. If we do so, we'll never be able to comply with our commitments, especially with our generation that imagines that know everything. Of course, there was time that we did not know any of those things we know today. But today, we just see in the Google what is racism, what is discrimination, what kind of harm they impose, what kind of violence we see, and what is the result of all this. What is the impact on people's comings and goings, and what is the impact on the spiritual, physical, and moral aspects of person in a country where everyone have the same rights under the Constitution. Without tackling these problems, we will never advance. Of course, if we have the political chaos with pandemic and with economic and social crisis, we have a perfect storm. Out of chaos, we can create something new, but it needs to be different and it needs to be able to tackle those issues that brought us here. We have today an environment which is completely unequal. This is our challenge today. We need to focus on our generation, those who came behind us, it's past. We need to be bold in order to transmit the new values for those who will come. It is important that we understand all this and that we be able to build a value system. Education should be more than just having people ready for work, but more than that, to have the values we want. And the second point, which is completely close to this, linked to this, is the person who formulates all these systems. Why all this is maintained like this? Brazil is a country where we see different disparities. We have to know where they are and how to end those disparities. Are we to go on a war? Should everybody just close their arms or do not do anything? People just sometimes are inactive. Some people say that sovereignty is an innegotiable value. Autonomy of individuals is also innegotiable. We see that people's lives is also innegotiable. We're saying that as we have all that, even with the American power, even with the Chinese and European resources, and with people in the streets, we do not look at those people. We have a serious problem to solve. On the other hand, we need to make choices, and the choices that present to us are the ones that focus on the values that will move on. Education's building schools, beautiful buildings, everybody knows that is good. And also to have those budgets, sometimes secret budgets, we see that they happen. But what kind of education will not allow this from happening? We were on the brink of precipice. What kind of education will allow us that have some maritime vessels to prevent African immigrants to come to our country? What can we do to avoid all that? And above all, what kind of education we're going to have and build so that not only these values, but above all, the main element of structuring, which is the public resource and funding, should be looked at in an ethical way. Because there is no people without education in the Russian-Ukraine war, and of course those who want to stop this confrontation. There is no lack of education from those who took advantage of resources from countries, including our own. Also those who preach denialism to reduce violence everywhere. So an education without ethics is something that we need to see who appropriates this kind of education without ethics and see how they act. Education needs to have sides, and the side of educators, the side of those who see education as a tool of enlightenment, of strengthening the human journey, has to be together with a good attitude. Together, or we have to work together, because by doing one by one, we will not be able to achieve anything. Nobody should be pushed away because of their religion, their origin, their race, or their creed, or even the soccer team you root for. This is the kind of education we need to build. Is everything bad? Is there anything good to do or to say? No, of course. We're saying that it is up to us to give this leap ahead in order to avoid the mistakes of the past. By doing this, we're going to be able to build a thinking and an intervention that will rid us from the nightmare of the past and avoid the problems of the future. Here, we're talking specifically about technology. Most of what we want to achieve can be produced and even sorted out by technology. We can include everyone digitally. We can use technology to include people. We have seen that those who are here today want to do differently. Most part of those young people understand the ability of education. We know that the goals are set. We need to find them. Technology and social education offer a solution which can solve the problem. How do I go from north to the south of the country, have all the education interconnected with good education? It is possible if we see this and have the right tools. We are going to be able to solve the problem of inclusion that even today still challenges us.
Okay, the symmetry is so big that it's difficult, because today, as we see, theoretically, what the poor person or the rich person can access, the poor person also has access to. So the challenge here is to create the right accessibility conditions. So what is it going to be? It has to be something, because if we can build the solution, we can balance things. And if we balance things, and more than this, this tool can actually benefit. There's no father or grandfather. You can just do a PIX, a sort of payment system. The illiterate person, the one that doesn't have knowledge. So technology has allowed us, and it's interesting. I was looking at the numbers. We have 250 million inhabitants, and we have 190 million cell phones. So we have means to stimulate people in order to have a channel where they can access this knowledge in order to equalize all of this. This anti-racist education, there are entities and institutions that wish to advance in this. And the law that talks about the history of the Black people, the history of Africa, this law is from 2013, and it still has not been implemented. It has been tried, and the legislation has not been able to be implemented. And a lot of the justification of not implementing was, first of all, because the teachers were not qualified, and secondly, because the literature, the necessary literature, was not there for the classroom. So this technology tool has been able to solve both things, to benefit the teachers on one side of the story and build this literature electronically for all this mesh of teachers. We still have the political issue to implement this, but this is another story. The fact is that technology has been helping a lot, and also you've seen this is very curious for two reasons. First of all, it is structuring, but sometimes people have reserve or questioning, and then we were able to see the companies see that it's necessary, and today it is a demand. So there's no common sense company that is not looking at these questions. Due to this has been doing two things to clarify to us how much this is a load that already comes impregnated, how much it is part of our judgment process, and also it gives us technology. So it is something those who are now knocking on the door today, they're young people, and they're saying, well, what was all the story about racism, of being white? How do I talk? What about the... So an appropriation of this agenda, and second, to look at this agenda with a dynamic of an optimization, and in it to have elements, and I would say legally in many locations this is being material, not only of compliance, a company that is not afraid something, if there's no compliance, something is wrong, right? Because things are being questioned when you have problems with the law, so how can you apply diversity if you don't have any Black people working? So the idea is to stimulate. Remember that case of Carrefour? Things changed after that. And I think you've also followed a case in a school where all of a sudden the director and all the management of the school had to confront a situation. And in the end, they expelled everyone. But what was requiring an attitude and a draconian posture now allows you to not consider this. So at the end of the story, perhaps a question, and that has to do with the political positioning of all of us. So to make this a non-negotiable value, a virtuous value for all of us. So this is something that has to come from everyone, and it has to pass by the government as well. So to coordinate, to conduct, to guide, and to stimulate these changes, these transformations, and an education with this characteristic in our country. If you look at if you think about it, one had a gun on the Bible, and during the last 5 years, we had 6 ministers of education. The one that lasted the most lasted 9 months. And in the last 10 years, we had 15 ministers of education, and they lasted for less than a year each. So the lack of interest, the lack of respect for education is something that starts at home, but it does not go all the way to Ministry of Education. It is not very different to our education, and at the end, we have to redeem some of the important policies that have been established, quantified, where we have the metrics, and in this interest and capacity. So we have to remember that we have a national education plan. You probably remember this plan forecasted that we would have 30% of our young people in colleges. We only have 17%. It also imagined, among other things, that kids would be able to go to school the whole day. And it also imagined the federalization, if you like. So with a national level, and all of this is still not being done. So at this moment where these new possibilities have not presented themselves, and where you have attention to education, and that's how the government presents itself. So I think a sense of hope and a sense of the possibility of success to solve these different things and build the possibilities that we can see before us with these technological tools, with these digital tools that can help us, as Juscelino Kubitschek used to say, to move ahead 50 years in 5, to build, to access, and the most important thing is to make it something permanent. Our schools are bad to include, and they're also bad to retain. So from each 100 to keep 40 at school, it's complicated. There's an interesting discussion. There's a program called USP Diversa. It's a program where it works with donations because society has made an effort to be able to bring these kids into college. But the student is from the poor areas. He doesn't have money to buy books, transport, food, etc. Without a little extra, we're going to have losses. We're going to generate a fake perspective. So it's a waste of public resources. So we'll have to think of other mechanisms to use this public resource. And lastly, my dear friends, I have a mission. We have a mission, and this mission is to build the new through this co-creation. We believe and we think it is possible to build a different story, a different journey, if each one of us can contribute with something small. So then we have created the awareness. It's a moment where you stop, you think about the perspective, and you do a sort of a tasting, and from this you have an interaction, and from the interaction you have a small appropriation, and when you come out of this aquarium, you are able to access some dimensions that will guide your actions. This has 1,000 different activities structured everywhere, and all of these this collaboration, the Brazilian economy of our country, and stimulating your children to join this vibe. You will have a lot of cool information. You'll be able to interact with all sorts of people, and you'll also be able to live and interact in a very cool way, which is part of our DNA. So on the 20th of November, we're going to have the awareness race. So instead of going to the streets to protest, we're going to run. So those who want to run at 7 a.m. for this awareness race, we are also going to have something very important, which is the National Forum of Racial Equity. So all the people will be meeting to talk about diversity and racial inclusion. So read all about this, because these are the signals of the new that is arriving, and we have to be able to access this rocket. Then on the 21st, there's another activity, and we're going to follow the life of important personalities. And this year, we're going to receive Graça Machel, who's the widow of Nelson Mandela, and also a literature, an author. So you can see all the cultural and social equipment in an extraordinary effort to turn things around so that we can appropriate and make the best use that we have of what is unique, which is our diversity, miscegenation, one of the largest countries in the world that has never stopped being the 10th or the 12th economy, a country that was the 6th economy of the world once upon a time, and the new gymnast, Rebecca Andrade, who's world champion. So we want everyone to have hope that education and knowledge can help to on this journey, this long journey, and that we, through the creation, through the innovation, through this entrepreneurship of all the natures, that we can build a more equal country that welcomes everyone. And lastly, that we are in a country that are proud of our miscegenation. We are a country of white, blacks, Indians, yellow people, and we won't be happy until we don't have a country where people are distinguished by their color or by their race. We don't want quotas. We don't want a country where people don't have the right to come, to go, and to stay in any public space. And what we want even less is a country that can mean an elimination. We want a country where everyone is the same, is free, and a country that we are proud of. Thank you very much. Thank you. That was an honor. It was a wonderful talk, very provocative, about school management, the involvement of the family, reading, the need of education. The education is a fundamental value, life as well. So thank you very much for your words. Putting anti-racist education in the center. So if we are in the chaos and we're going to have to reinvent so many challenges, what to rebuild, what education do we want to build collectively? We follow our program, we follow this conversation, which is very positive, to connect this purpose of expanding the opportunities for young people with the reality of the schools. I would like to greet another authority and to greet Maria Alice from the State Council of São Paulo. And now we are going to think about how technology can be an ally to work with all the different challenges. Now we have another wonderful guest to continue deepening. We're going to talk about the need of transforming school so that it becomes more and more connected with the dream of young people. Also, these young people, this lack this is also a challenge, but I am going to invite to mediate this conversation the journalist and director Tatiana Clique. Welcome, Tatiana. There's a chair for you. I'm also going to call the Doctor of School Psychology and Human Development from the University of São Paulo, Lilian Basicki. Welcome. And the event is hybrid. There's one person who's going to be with us remotely, and I invite to be at our table the co-founder of the Federal University of Pernambuco, coordinator of Joy Education, Luciano Meira. Welcome, Luciano. I also invite everyone to participate in our debate. So you have a QR code and things, technology, based on technology on our exchange here. So if you're following us through YouTube, you can send the questions through the chat, and in that way we can also enrich in this debate. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon to be here. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Lilian, Luciano. I think Fernanda has already talked a bit about the topic of our conversation. It's just to introduce things and give the floor to our guests. So just to let you know, we're now reaching the end of this first year post-social isolation, post-pandemic. Now people are starting the first year of school back to normal. It was a difficult year for those people who work with education, with schools, with management. It's an important moment to think about these challenges, to look at the future, different challenges about learning, emotional challenges. We've felt that the students were very anxious, a series of difficult issues to be dealt with, and together with emotional issues. And technology is here. It is a tool. It's been very present during the pandemic, but it's a very good moment for us to think about this moment of construction and how this can help us. Here at the event, we have a lot of people following us online. We have a way to ask questions online, and we also have the participation of Luciano, who was not able to be here present. So I'm going to test our system and see if I can ask the questions since he's not here. We will include him here in our conversation. So good afternoon, Luciana. I would like to start asking you. I know that you are working and studying with educational technologies and how they can improve education and learning. I've been observing and following all the processes. So to start our conversation, digital culture, how can this help young people in schools? I think it is a responsibility. After this very inspiring talk, a lot of things were taught. People have difficulty in engaging. So how can the digital culture help kids to engage, to learn more? How can this be help in this sense?
estava aqui acompanhando à distância também. Mas vamos a essa questão, né? Olha, a aprendizagem como um processo complexo, ele é composto de pelo menos três partes, né? Você tem que ter engajamento para a aprendizagem. Ninguém aprende se você não tem uma motivação, preferencialmente uma motivação intrínseca, ou seja, um desejo de aprender algo, curiosidade. Um conjunto de conteúdos que, diferentemente do que normalmente a gente pensa, conteúdos só são tópicos no currículo, conteúdos podem ser habilidades e competências, como, aliás, está agora preconizado na BNCC, a nossa base nacional comum curricular. E, finalmente, o terceiro parte desse tripé da complexidade que é a aprendizagem tem a ver com o processo de comunicação que forma comunidades. Engajamento, comunidade, conteúdo. As tecnologias digitais, dentro de um processo de transformação digital, é capaz de apoiar.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear the sound at the moment, so the translation is paused.
Trocas dialógicas através de uma plataforma digital de comunicação e, portanto, eu posso ter...
So I can improve this.
Muito grande de processos, estratégias, métodos, ferramentas da transformação digital que podem apoiar.
So there's digital transformation that can improve this engagement, content, etc. With a strategically planned thing. There's no miracle, as has been mentioned here. There's huge inequality between races, and all of this has to be very well dealt with, much more than the acquisition of hardware for schools. Well, thank you very much. I think you spoke about the inequality.
E aí uma grande questão, um grande debate esse ano, estou olhando o secretário aqui, sei que foi uma grande questão.
Another debate here is the recomposition. There are different ways of talking about it. Recovery, it's not recovery but it's very unequal, the way that students have been learning since the pandemic. So, due to the characteristics of the individual, some adapted better. So then the teachers had to deal with all these inequalities and with this commitment of promoting. So how can we support how the teachers can use these digital technologies? Well, thank you very much for the question. I thank you very much for the invitation, the opportunity to be here talking about these topics. It's an honor to be here. So it's an honor to be here sharing this moment with you. So when we talk about the recomposition we caused by all this moment that we're going through, the digital technologies are something that schools look at in the sense, well, how can I at this moment use this to solve a serious problem, which is this issue that we had due to the social distancing, those that have the resources at home. So a large part of our country was far from digital. Nowadays, with school having the opportunity today, contact with other people, eye on the eye. Today, we don't talk about this as something isolated. No one is there to solve anything alone. But this combination, and we always say that this innovation is much more methodological than technological. Luciano also said, not hardware, but the use of the hardware and what you do with it. So the idea is that this could be an extremely interesting element to promote and motivate the students. We've seen that the life that the student had watching the classes, and he would walk around his house, have a glass of water. In the classroom, he doesn't have the flexibility that he had before. So the teachers have to try to engage the students. And we understand that the usage of the digital technology, when it's well used with strategies in the room so that the students can at some moment or have their abilities identified, exchange with colleagues. So this supports us looking at this period and these capabilities without necessarily having a teacher giving a traditional class, explaining everything as if everyone was in the same situation and the same place. So today we see huge potential of the digital technologies, but this will only make sense if we think and rethink about the strategies, the methodology that we're going to use so that it works.
We have several questions here. We had another issue which has to do with people came back, students came back with the questions regarding relationships. And another question, what should be done as to students' anxiety on the way back to school? And another question, if I should add to this question, when you said about the engagement of students, discipline and anxiety, are they related to strategies that we can promote as to engaging these young people? And technology or the use of these methodologies that you brought in, do you think they can support discipline and anxiety, which is present today in our schools? Yes, that's exactly right. Well, together with Elena's question, it is not only discipline, but also some anguish feelings, some feelings of stress because they have been away from school for such a long time. And also, some of these families have destructured themselves, have suffered a lot during the pandemic. It's not the lack of discipline from students, it's a set of emotions that we have to tackle. Here we have managers, secretaries of education, and both public and private sectors. They have to think about wider strategies and not only about the lack of discipline. And how can technology work and help? I'm talking here about the motivation in the building of an autonomy regarding development of projects. They don't need to be projects that were built on a digital platform. They can be different projects. They all should give students at school a purpose. So engagement is one part. Also, I believe that the formation of communities or building of communities is really fundamental. I believe that people getting together can help us to build this purpose. And this also entails emotions or feelings, social, emotional feelings. Technology in this respect can have an important role. Today, we have startups that establish a more dynamic and frequent relationships between families and schools. But of course, this can be done with primers. But I think we need to reach out to people where they are. We can use SMS or WhatsApp. We also have communications platforms that bring families to school in order to establish a new dialogue. In this way, we establish a circuit of affections that really heal this kind of emotions. This is another way we can use technologies, be it on the pedagogical or possibilities. Technology can be very useful in this respect. Well, very good. Here we have a question which has to do with what you said about acknowledging different educational levels. She asks how to support students of different levels in the use of digital resources to favor learning in a more personalized way, and how to support teachers, considering that it is also a challenge for them. I believe this is a very relevant point. Here, we first look at digital culture. We see it is a competence that needs to be developed by students first. They need to first choose an activity in a very autonomous way to see whether the resource they chose is dependable and reliable so that they can learn more. At the same time, the teachers must know and see that they need to help those students in terms of digital choices of students. We see here two levels, but both places we're going to have different people. At the same time, we have a diversity of students that want to use those digital resources to learn better. On the other hand, we have different teachers in an institution, those who know how to use better the digital tools and are able to choose the best tools, and the ones that have some difficulty in using digital tools. And some of those were wanted to be outside and not choose those digital tools. I believe we should have trainings to help those teachers to how to use those digital resources. This would help teachers to experience these new resources, and somehow, as we were saying, they should do the same with their students. Obviously, in the beginning, they'll have to make choices for these students. They'll have to show students the best way to follow. I believe the big turnaround is when students chooses the resource that's good for them. They would not use only the strategy supported by digital because somebody asked them to do it. When they start liking it, interact with this new tool, and by using this, they'll learn more. We are going to have this intrinsic wish. Sometimes it's somebody showing to them what could be a way to learn more. And by doing this, students and even teachers see themselves in that situation and thus make best choices. There is not a recipe for all. There's several resources. We have several materials that you can get information, but it is important that we have what makes most sense, both for teachers and students. You talked about the homology of processes. I now want to focus on communities, how communities can help bring together families and teachers as well as students. We have a question from Veronica here that asks, how can we help in terms of bringing together teachers to move forward digital choices? So how can we create this community of teachers? Can digital resources help? Do you have strategies in this respect? Yes, of course. Besides the great inputs that we have heard, I would include here what I would call reverse mentorship. We could have students that know how to use those digital tools like Spotify and playlists that can help illustrate history classes by having the songs and music of a certain period. Sometimes teachers do not know how to build a Spotify list, but I'm sure students will know. It's just a simple example of what I call mentorship. In this case, students teach teachers on how to use these methodologies. They will not be able to learn everything, of course. Surveys show that teachers have some difficulties in terms of social media use. They have some difficulties in distinguishing facts and fake news. So it's a good opportunity for teachers who have a better training to give back in terms of reverse mentorship to students. So this is a way that people can learn from the use of digital technologies. There is another example which is quite simple. Small WhatsApp groups between 5 or 8 teachers. They would be there to interchange data and resources that they've been using, successful or unsuccessful practices by means of videos. They can use videos with specific purposes of showing these pedagogical actions. By doing this, students could use those videos to learn more. And this would be also involving exchange of data by WhatsApp. This could be done between the same student, between students or different schools. This all begins very small, 5 or 8 people on a WhatsApp group, but this can grow and become a network of schools. You can start by making didactical and innovative practices feasible. You are going to be the authors of these practices. Some simple things sometimes uh, make up a good result. You can begin in transforming the, this environment by doing simple things. Very good ideas. Now, Lillian, I want to go back a little bit. We are now seeing some good suggestions and we're seeing some good examples. Here, another example that we heard a lot. People got really tired of digital during the pandemic because we were forced to use digital 24 hours a day. We did everything on the screen, and among teachers, they had to challenge themselves, and they were sometimes not prepared for that. And after this long period of remote classes, of course, people are tired, and people are now celebrating the person-to-person contact. Some people say, let's give due value to person-to-person and keep digital away or aside. But you're showing us that it's not technology for technology's sake. It's people relating to each other and what technology is giving or contributing. So I'd like to know the way or the path to balance. How can we balance both person to person and digital? Well, that's a very good point you made. We heard uh, a lot during the pandemic. Well, there are several points we can analyze. First, it was an exponential learning curve. Most of teachers knew a little bit before the pandemic. And what is the situation now? If we have a good legacy from this sad period, was the exponential learning of teachers in terms of digital. They said, well, I need to learn digital. And a lot of teachers did it with a lot of quality. But there's one point that we need to focus on, which is the development of families. We live in a school culture that before the pandemic was going towards innovation of methodology, something that we could support. We did a lot of work involving hybrid teaching. We were rethinking schooling when, well, in general, for those families, their children being at classroom in the classroom would be being in front of a screen where teachers would be listening to teachers, and the project work is something that we value a lot because we include technology. Today, we use the technology to put together several areas of knowledge. We can use digital technology to work in an analogical way. Of course, this too much digital during the pandemic tired people, especially teachers, and they would come to students and say, now turn off the uh, the, the device. And this generated this tiredness of screens. But little by little, we need to break this logic. In the sense that we can combine the use of screen and the non-screen use. We cannot go back to a learning method which did not work. Here we talk because we are in a conference. We talk during 40 minutes, but on a classroom, we cannot have teachers speaking during 40 minutes in a row. So this question is how to redo this experience that some institutions did differently, but most opted for this time on screen, just like the syllabus should be transplanted to the screen. This is what we have to think over in order to combine this use without reducing stress, because excess is no good for anyone. And there's another question here, which is a question that always happens, which is difficult, but it's important to tackle. It has to do with access and inequalities of access. So the question is, what, how can this technology can gaps in and effectively in the peripherals of cities? Renee also asks that because of lack of public policies and investment in equipment, schools, sometimes even for free, see the question of access and how do we tackle this?
Well, I hope you don't expect me to answer all this complexity in a few minutes. When we talk about access, we have to think about connectivity with internet, which is important. So there's no point in having a bad connection. So you really have to have a volume of and good connection. So part of this access is connectivity, but it's also you need to have, for example, if you're going to have 5G, you have to have the adequate devices. You need the device that is adequate for the volume of information that we want to give the people at the school, games, online, etc., and digital resources. So if the resources are very poor, you're not doing a lot of things. You're distributing technology without digital transformation. And this digital transformation is these platforms of transactions that support this transformation and that basically affects the behavior of people. And this behavior within this new school, this is hybrid. So in face to face, you're using a smartphone, for example, and then you see the digital or for example, a simulation, an algorithm. And there's also the social side, which is the formation of a network of transactions and that makes up the digital. So all of this together, all this access and all this digital transformation is only going to happen if it's a national strategy coordinated and orchestrated by institutions like the Ministry of Education that can make this happen intensely in the new government and with secretaries that get together, and that we in fact have a set of strategies for the nation, as has been very well explained, to see if this is going to put us in a more interesting situation, in a more positive and constructive situation than we have seen in the last year. So we're going to have to sit down and think about this strategy in a coordinated way, and it won't be one app that's going to solve the challenge of literacy, for example. So there's so many challenges, and I think that I've given you some ideas for us to start to think of how we can build transformation digital strategies in these learning processes and the building of networks. So my friend knows exactly how to organize this and the complexity that it is. He's been working for several years on this, and he's done impressive things. But it really is something complex, and it demands the building of strategies that, in fact, are transforming. So it's always something complex, but I think it's something that we can make. We have some practical questions that have just arrived here. A lot of teachers following us on the internet, and when we start talking the sort of day-to-day, Michele Pinheiro, for example, some teachers that are going to propose the technologies, what methodologies. Thank you, Michele, for your question. I believe that this look of how we can start, I think in the beginning, these communities, they make a lot of difference. How do we look for our school? What are the resources we have? Because often we listen to things that we want to bring to the school, but that's not our reality, neither the school or even the way that this is organized. So do you use, what material do you use? The first thing is for the teacher to understand, and we have to have this vision that if we don't do something for that individual and for his learning process, then it will not make sense. So exactly what resources the school has, what human resources the school has. Do you have colleagues that can help you? Can you plan together? I think this is the first element. Currently, we have a wide set of resources available. So we have here the Escola Conectada. These are resources we know. We also have several other resources to implement the hybrid teaching, materials that we put here for access. So resources, we have a lot. But I always suggest that more than trying to implement resources, the thing is to make a different movement. What is being done in this institution? How can we improve this? And how can we develop strategies that work in that group? I think this would be the way to go. Marvelous. Well, if you want to add something, but I'm going to add another question here, which is the question that comes from Leah: how to differentiate the technology that the students consume in the day-to-day. You mentioned, and from those technologies that can impact positively in the debate of educational resources. Well, I'm going to add two things. I'm listening to a return of the sound here.
Alô? Alô? Você não... Pronto. Deu certo? Não. Lilian, quem sabe você ou não?
Vou tentar.
Vai tentar?
Well, I'm going to try. He can listen to the sound twice. I have two questions. There's a challenge with the sound. We have no sound. I apologize, but we have absolutely no sound at the moment.
Queria só complementar esse ponto, que é quando a gente olha, né, para a competência 5 da BNCC, competência geral 5, que fala da cultura escolar, um outro elemento
When we,
por meio do digital. Então,
another thing is for the student to produce digitally. Besides consuming, we give the opportunity for him to produce. So, for example, in the projects, when we work with you have a challenge, for example, how can we make people aware about ways of avoiding the transmission of dengue, for example, through mosquitoes? So how can we make these people more aware? So they're going to have to consult, they're going to have to see how to avoid this. What is the knowledge of the community, and then the digital will be very useful to catalog this data, and then he'll be able to produce something. For example, use this to a campaign not to allow for still water, for example. He can produce, he can program things. For example, he can use the Scratch and program something. It can be something very simple, but he'll have this author. He'll be empowered when he has a domain of the digital and he is empowered. That promotes things for him to understand better the way he can go and evaluate what he consumes, because once you are the author, you have some criteria for you to see if the production has been well done or not. And this is going to help him to analyze things. So this is from a consumer to someone who's producing. So he produces in the sense of taking that production that makes sense for a project and for him to learn. So this is linked to learning and the capabilities it has to develop. I think this is also something that we get with time and how we balance this, the moments of consuming and the moments of producing something. Well, we have another question which has just arrived here that has a lot to do with what we're talking about, and I think it's something that is worthwhile talking about. How can we, when you have videos of TikTok that refer to very superficial topics, how can we compete with these videos? Well, the idea is you have to compete.
Gente, a gente está terminando aqui, mas eu queria ainda fazer mais duas perguntinhas, se vocês
I
podem
still have
ser mais sucintos assim, para a gente ainda poder falar sobre mais dois assuntos aqui.
two subjects to talk about. Ana Maria Leal, she asks, let me give this to Lillian here. What do you think of the inclusion of social, emotional, and how the technological can help? Well, once more, looking at the competence, you have competencies, for example, empathy, collaboration, responsibility, that have a focus on the social emotional. So we shouldn't have a class of social emotional. We should have this present in all the areas of knowledge and all the components of the curriculum. When you have this, it can't have a collateral effect. Today I gave such an interesting class about, I don't know, X, but or I could talk a bit about equity. No, it shouldn't be like that. I gave a lesson, and the focus of my lesson was to talk about equity. So this shouldn't be a collateral effect of something else. For example, these classes should be planned as classes that you having to work with cognitive aspects in the same reference as what you're building, and not something separate. It should be something complete. You can't separate. It's just cognitive now. It's just, well, thank you very much. And now, the last question we have, which is one of those good questions and difficult to answer. So, Luciano, the question is from Henrique Nelson. Even though the digital world has no borders, can the school be thought as an area of promotion to promote the digital world?
Visão da natureza do que está acontecendo.
Vision of the nature that's happening. So, for example, in the education based on data, it's fundamental for a digital information in education. Therefore, we have to have a union, an orchestration between knowledge and the digital platforms. Well, thank you very much. I think our conversation has been very positive. We talked about several issues. Thank you very much for the sharing and for being able to answer such different questions in such a clarifying and objective way. So I think that I hope that those who are following us liked it. So we're going to call Fernanda to continue. Thank you very much, Tatiana. Thank you, Lilian. It's really gone quickly, the richness of this debate. Thank you very much for sharing so much knowledge. And thank you for so many questions, so many challenging questions, this exchange, this participation. Before we continue our program, we're going to have a short interval. This also favors, this is the time to go to the toilet. We'll be back here in 30 minutes to know about an inspiring talk from someone that comes from Goiás, and also how to develop the digital competencies for teachers. We will see you soon. Thank you very much.
Na escola, no trabalho e nas relações, A cultura digital mudou tudo e vai continuar mudando. Para fazer parte dessa transformação, a Fundação Telefônica Vivo apoia a construção de uma educação que dialogue com os desafios atuais. Um novo olhar. A digitalização contribui para a melhoria da educação pública brasileira, criando caminhos de inclusão social e equidade. Por isso, apoiamos o desenvolvimento de competências digitais em educadores e estudantes. É um movimento que não acontece sozinho. Promovemos a solidariedade e acreditamos na colaboração para potencializar soluções. Somos parceiros de organizações e agentes públicos em todo o país. Educação como um dos pilares para a transformação digital. Fortalecemos o que há de mais essencial e humano nas escolas: as pessoas, suas histórias e relações.
Oi, pessoal. Só para informar, o tempo regulado do intervalo já terminou, mas eles estão ainda voltando para o palco aqui, tá bom? Mas então fiquem atentos aí que a qualquer minuto já vai cortar para o palco. A hora que cortar para o palco é que já está no ar, ok? Se puderem confirmar no chat, eu agradeço. Pode voltar, hein? Pelo menos está passando aqui na tela. Estou ouvindo. Eu vou voltar, hein? Ok. Não, relaxa.
Olá. Estamos de volta.
Hello, everyone. We're back. We are going to continue enlightED Brazil 2022. This meeting is part of the worldwide education and technology meeting in partnership with EA University, Some Summit, and La Caixa Institution. This meeting taking place here in Spain and other 8 countries in Latin America. Before going to our break, we heard about the potential of digital technologies to promote changes in education. But it's always good to get to know some stories behind it, how this has been applied on the day-to-day of schools today. And now we're going to get to know some stories of the researcher, mathematician, Pedro Toledo. We're going to see a video telling him about his story. I grew up with my mother telling me that I could only be what I am with education. I put together young scientists for a social impact. I studied mathematics and I researched different aspects of mathematics. I decided to create a formula that would reproduce the formula of having those people come to education. I wanted to create mathematics that would work directly with those small problems or difficulties of society, like treatment of a serious diseases like Parkinson's. I am committed to social technological advancement of our students in the Brazilian public education. Our project was born out of a need to put a math to help students to think mathematically. We don't want students to just repeat formulas in schools. It's important to see that our work was born at a public school in the interior of the state of Goiás with children and youngsters to build theme digital games. We had over 60 students in a small space. We did not even have a computer. So when we thought innovation, it doesn't matter the computer you use or the program you have, but it's important to know what to do with the technology we have today. So the project had the mobilization of the community itself, teachers, scientists, researchers, parents, and teachers to think together about this project today. Our students work with low price objects. We use recycled materials. We use anything that we can do, make do. And through this inspiration, we have these materials that would be discarded. We think about using these materials and how they could be used for our project. Innovation and technology go hand in hand in this process, but it's more than that. We work directly with the reality that we have, that we live in. This is good to generate discussions, debates, and generate social debates. Today it can be Parkinson's, it can be cancer in the future, or children with autism. And schools can help a lot because our students are able to do things when encouraged and stimulated and supported in their ideas in the classrooms. If I could go back in time, I would certainly want to connect with a great 13 years of age that he would become a mathematician if I could say a word, I could say that it was all worth it. The effort, dedication, thousands of hours dedicated, go on the same path, putting the public education as a reference because it has changed your life and can change other people's lives with the message you've been carrying on.
Maravilhoso, né?
Wonderful, isn't it? The application of technology. When we hear him speaking, what we heard before about youngsters, he says that when he started at 13, that it was all worth it. It is very uh, touching to see the video, but to hear himself in person, it's much more thrilling. Well, I'm very happy to be here. It's a big privilege to talk about something that moves us, which is Brazilian science and Brazilian education. I am a teacher of basic education. I'm very proud of it because the act of being a teacher to train this new generation where we have 80% of our children, teenagers, are basically in public schools. Teachers do not only train the leaders of today, but of tomorrow. When we think of an education that we can put it in a high level, is to think about a good economy, uh, processes that are committed to life and people. I would just like to say this. How many of you had teachers that were a mark in your lives? And how many of you did fall in love with some processes and abilities? Would say that the first competence is to think about thinking how we can mobilize such important issues in the classroom. When we talk about classroom, I want to go beyond from thinking about a standardized tests because in tests, creativity, innovation, and things that lead to logical thinking are closed because we cannot put technological scientific innovation within a test or an exam. We have to be very careful to say that if 2 percentage points were put in two units more of a graph, that this is good education, we have to think over our education because education is not based on technical numbers. Without analyzing this environment and people who live in this environment. Our project is this. It's a completely different classroom. Our scientific studies have shown these ways. Instead of thinking the concept, the example, and exercise, why not invert this logic? Why not invert the mobility of concepts within mathematics? Together with computing, engineering, and even medicine. So we think about our school not only as an isolated curriculum, but a curricula that goes together with different strategic points necessary for the education we are having today. An education that is meaningful to those who produce in their classrooms. That is, the students, instead of encouraging this new generation of youngsters to produce concepts that does not make sense for this new generation, the students are encouraged to think about meanings, about low-cost materials, focused or geared to a disease, which in this case is Parkinson's. Parkinson's has no cure today. We have in our program prof- uh, teachers, physicians, and nurses that dream our dreams because education is done with several hands. When we put several dreams so that these gears start to work continuously, things start gaining meaning. And reversing this historic and cultural process, which is historical and cultural bottleneck, uh, favoring those new movements. The students enjoy learning. They say, I am able to create things with mathematics. So we begin by taking away this feeling of incapacity or inability. They create with mathematics. It's not creating by creating. They are entertained with everything they do. It's even more. Classrooms are a space that are very important to think about building knowledge. When we think about mobilizing ideas, which are brainstorming, the students have the power or the possibility to talk to physicians and teachers. They are able to go beyond just learning. In this process of creation and dialogue, we begin thinking of the first prototypes. Once those prototypes are created, when we have robotic devices, we take them to a public hospital at US SUS, which is a reference for Parkinson's disease treatment. This hospital is a reference for the treatment of this disease. So it's beautiful to see this interaction of these people thinking about the other, what this generation can develop and do to help others. This is essential today, and classrooms should be the space that would encourage, nourish, and support the works that take place in them. And students along this process, we began in a public school in 2013. The ideas started rolling on. And we reached out to more people, more communities, and we reached to intermediate level. And many of these students are alumni, but the seeds of thinking about the other, using mathematics and computing as tools that can and will benefit society, generate other results. Some of these students are working in different areas of universities. They work in engineering, medicine, they work in as mathematicians, as chemicals. One of the inventions that you probably saw, we have over 130 inventions, of which 17 of them are used to treat Parkinson's. One of these students are or is developing a wheelchair moved by mechatronics. So it's not enough to have one way to enter university. We can think about other models that can impact present society. We cannot hold back a potential only within a test that really fends off creativity. We have to involve not only students of basic education, but other professionals of society to think about new inventions with us. It requires effort and dedication. They are different municipalities. Today we have Goiânia, Senador Canedo, and Pamirim, different municipalities. And we also act in Anápolis, which is another municipality where inventions for Parkinson's disease are developed. You probably know some people that suffer from this disease. Every 1,000 people, one person suffers with this disease. The result of our development is that invention with our people and teenagers. We have teenagers from 13 to 17 years old that work to retard the disease. is like different and new inventions that are done inside the classroom you help retard the disease. So our reality today is part of these elements that strengthen each other, but perhaps other realities impact other communities and help other problems. Now, the competence we see today in the digital world is not only identifying problems, but propose solutions to solve them. It is a much stronger competence than replace an X for an equation. How many students work specifically on mathematics, algebra, trigonometry, etc.? Students begin to use games where they take over this position of scientists rather than simply producers of knowledge. How do we get this about? Sometimes we hear that we can improve education, but how to begin this process? We begin by building these narratives with digital youngsters. Then we develop robotic devices, and finally, students interact with those old people. Along this time, it is important and special for us because we have the chance not only to interact with these professionals, but with people who have the disease, and people work directly with the young people. There is an information that came from one of the elderly that are helped by the students. One of these elderly said something that impacted me. He said, "Don't let this project finish because it has changed our lives." And many professionals that work with us, they work for free and they have been helping us. They see a lot of patients that are here today did not take part in our sessions. They feel more encouraged and stimulated. It is a situation that involves several dimensions. There are three main ones: the motor dimension, which is movement. The second one is cognitive dimension, that has to do with concentration and rational thinking. And finally, the social aspects that take place in the hospital. And to wrap up, I'd like to say something which is an African proverb. Those who played the drum don't know how far the sound will go, but the sound will go far. We are teachers who are playing the drum for a long time. So in mathematics, it works like that, different from that mathematics that generate repulse that many times uh, hamper the motivation of students to be there. This is the movement we want to bring the pedagogy of the project of social problems to use mathematics as a background to develop processes to help the same students. And more important yet, our school is not only a place where we learn content, it's a live dialogue between school and university. We want to have an academic training as well, because by doing this, we can nourish and value a lot of ideas that our young people have to offer us and impact different realities. Thank you very much. It's been a great privilege to be with you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure. Thank you for accepting our invitation. I see our 2030 agenda and I see how impactful your project is. With the objective, you have to help healthcare, help students, help knowledge and learning, the use of technology and education, answering the problems we live through. So, thank you so much, everyone, for having me here. Inspired by Greto's story, I know that Parkinson's has no cure, but we can always help to alleviate this problem. And this is the drum we want to play. Now we go on to talk about the workers of educators. The next panel is going to approach how to support teachers in the development of digital competences. Not always educators are prepared to use all technologies. Uh, so schools became remote from night to day, but as it was said, it was a moment of learning. What we saw was many of our professionals trying to maintain the relationship with your students, even during this moment, a challenging moment, which was COVID-19. What did they learn, these teachers? They learned that support is still necessary. I'd like to invite the director of Lia Gla, the director of Telefônica Foundation. Welcome, Lia. We also have the honor to listen to the Municipal Secretary of Education of the city of Recife. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. And now I'd like to ask CEO of Olhares Educação Inclusiva, professor and musician, Dove Alvorosavi. Dove, welcome to our conference. And again, you are all invited to take place or take part rather in this debate. Those who are following us at Terra or YouTube, please send your questions via chat. I'm sure they'll be more than pleased to answer your questions or comments. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank especially Fred and all of you who came from distant lands. The foundation has been trying to find answers as well. This is an important debate we should have. We have somebody who is ahead of the public education of the municipality, is very knowledgeable. And Professor, I'd like to begin by asking the Secretary Federico. Teachers during the pandemic have been challenged to learn technology not only swiftly, but in a way they have never done before. We know that going back to person, the use of technology is no longer something of an emergency, but it is something that networks of education know that they should be part of the day-to-day lives. I'd like to ask you what Recife has done and what are the main challenges to this moment of going back to person. Well, good afternoon, everyone who's here with us, who are with us remotely or presently. Thank you, Telefônica Vivo, for asking us to be here. The pandemic brought us a lot of challenges and, of course, a lot of loss or losses, but it brought us also some learnings. First is the main focus, which is the use of technology. The biggest challenge for teachers was seeing worldwide. Nobody was prepared to leave a classroom or a place which was person to person, go into a remote model, which some people call it hybrid, and we had to adapt. Well, of course, our teachers are important. Universities do not prepare our teachers to use the digital competences. This has to be part of our agenda, not only about continuing education. It has to do with primary education as well. I have lived two different moments. In the beginning of the pandemic, I was Secretary of State in Education. Last year, I was working specifically on were in the city of Recife. I worked with the minors. The children were the most harmed between all students. Our professionals have faced this because this change has to be done very quickly. Sometimes they did not have time to adjust, and children could not be away from schools. Part of this damage is a result of being separated from school, and we had some enhancements.
Então, quando eu cheguei na rede do Recife, já trazia uma experiência do Estado com relação à utilização de uma série de recursos, inclusive transmissão de aulas pela internet, pela TV, né, utilizando uma série aí de ferramentas. No Recife tinha sido feito um primeiro momento e a gente estruturou um novo projeto para o Recife. Né, um projeto que tinha um olhar, sim, para você estabelecer plataforma para poder chegar, uma visão da importância de equipamentos.
You to understand the vision, the teachers, we need access to these devices, especially us, we who are from the Northeast, we understand this lack because students are very vulnerable. It's not poor, it's very poor. This is about connectivity. So we took the strategic idea to provide this equipment to all our students, the connectivity, free connectivity to all the students, notebooks for all the teachers. But we learned not only with the pandemic, but in the past also projects that didn't have success due to technology. Or you don't need only equipment and connectivity. That's the basic, but the main point is the connection, and the teachers have a fundamental process. So to be able to work supporting the teachers about development and digital competencies, the information is not enough. So the Telefônica Foundation, we have the development of a digital program with our teachers, whether it be face-to-face or remote. It's starting now. We've been developing this in the semester, but we have structured something, the learning of the past. You have to have permanent support. The pedagogical projects, the difference is not only the equipment, is the connection with the pedagogical project and the network. These are very important points, and this project is something that we've structured specifically. We are in Recife, decentralized units. These are technology units with teachers that belong to the network, but they have special formation to support the usage of resources, digital resources, and the formation of our teachers in the day-to-day of the school. This is something that is starting. It's the beginning of the work, but it's a huge transformation when we talk about digital competency. Well, very good. I'd now like to bring Doug's vision. You are a teacher, you love technology, you use technology, and I would like to understand, first of all, What brought you here? How did you learn? How did you join this world way before the pandemic? And the second question is, in your vision, what is the most essential support for the teacher to be able to overcome the resources that are available, everything in the room so that it makes sense? Hello, everyone. I would like to greet everyone, my colleagues. And before this, I'd like to make my audio description because there might be someone that I'm a black man, I'm wearing pink, and I say I'm a beautiful black man. I'm about 40 years old. Thank you very much. I have a black cap. I have a black shirt, and I have boots, and I'm also wearing. I've always been a nerd, and the nerd has this affinity. I wasn't the one who would put everything, dismount everything, but I've always had affinity with the technology, and this brought me close to technology. But what really brought me close to these areas were the inclusion causes, to work with autistic, blind, deaf, and with that public. I'm a teacher of municipal and state public. I had a blind, and when you see all your planning and you say, I won't be able to use what I planned this way. So I started looking for alternatives for this to work out. And since I already knew a bit about technology and life and everything, I didn't have any other additional education. And this took me to made me understand how to make this bridge. So I said, what about that app and use it in this lesson? Perhaps I can teach geography better. Oh, but I need something for such and such a student. I always give this example. I had to give a class about photosynthesis to a deaf student. He did not have a sign language. And how can you explain oxygen, wind, to people that don't have the same understanding as you? So I started bringing the technologies, the videos, and this started bringing me close to the technology for my classes. This became a natural process. They helped me a lot, and it was this way that I reached the technologies and they reached the classroom. But you know, since we're a public school, we have all the lack that public schools have. A lack of devices, a lot of fear. I'm going to use it, but it's going to get broken. And I say, well, we have to try. We have to open doors. We have to open devices to have access. And I also say that I believe that for this professor to reach this moment, we have to respect these 4 bridges that I'm going to list now. It's already been said by Fred. I think we need the device, we need the software, we need the connectivity, and we need when I say the device, it's not that technology. Oh, I want a computer of 20,000 reais, such a brand. Sometimes if this is the material that I have, you can start to do a lot of things with low technology or with the technology that you have available. And when we start doing this, we start having ideas, we start having help. Someone says, oh, but I have this, I have that. In one of the schools where I work, there was someone said, oh, there's a class that's totally dismounted. When we started putting this together, it was a surprise. So we have to start moving in the right direction. We have to provide these 4 points, but the teacher, seeing this on our side, we have to give these baby steps. even for me, who already has this affinity, I was not prepared for this pandemic moment. In 2014, I was saying, well, how about having an online meeting? I said, no, remote education, this is not going to happen. And then a virtual class was open, and those people who were more connected with technologies, they had to understand where the students were, how they would have to attend, how to reach, how to attend these families, how to make this bridge, how to make this education take place. So sometimes you say, it was easy for him because he already used technology. Yeah, sure, it was easier, but we also had to understand this new digital moment because it wasn't just remote. It was a public health, and we had to deal with losses, with mediations, and a lot of other things that we've had to overcome. And I think the tip that we can start giving is to take the first step. Look around you, see what you have. Look, I have such and such a type of paper. I have see what the person has, and then start counting on the social networks. Very good, very good. Well, you talked a little bit about issues that are showing up in the classroom, and we have to organize this to be able to do this in a scale. The secretary talked about several issues that are being dealt with in Recife, and I'd like to explore the initial part, the diagnosis. So how was this experience, and why is this important? Normally we say, let's I think Recife brings us an innovation, which is this phase of diagnosis of maturity, technological maturity, using instruments that already exist, of CL, which is a partner of this initiative, but also that in real life and the look of finding opportunities. Well, thank you very much for the question. Two important points that I'd like to highlight. Going back a bit to what Doug said, the first thing is we are living this pandemic, and we can see that technology is not going to substitute the relations that establish themselves, right?
professor com estudante, são os professores entre eles, né, com seus pares, os estudantes entre eles, por isso que as relações são tão importantes. Mas a gente aprendeu que tecnologia pode
But we learned that technology can be an important support, an important complement. A friend of ours, she says that, and I agree with her, this is one of the strongest debates in the post-pandemic, and these transformations involving technology in all this new digital world. The importance of understanding education, it's not only the importance of learning about technology, but learning with technology. This is going to be part of our life. Smartphones are already part of everyone's lives. Imagine the students in a few years. We no longer have the right, whether it be public or not, it's an obligation. And then going back to our topic, which are the teachers, they are perhaps the most important part of this process that make this connection with the student. So if we go to any network in Brazil, you will see that there are extraordinary people everywhere, but we have to bring these inspiring stories. And perhaps our biggest challenge is to continue telling stories about the hero teachers and projects. This is the largest of all. So the importance also of verifying the competences that teachers already have. So to apply a self-evaluation and to be able to perceive together with the teacher where he is, so we can be wasting time identify the competencies, even from those that have a basic level. They'll say they don't know how to put the computer on, but now everyone has evolved, and for sure, a lot of people have advanced and already have developed some tools. So this self-evaluations that we are using in these different fields of information, but follow, and I insist, it's not enough to have the information. We have to have a structure for this permanent support. We believe in all this in Recife, and I ask the authorization. Our area of technology is here with us, and we're working strongly. It's the same, like Henrique is here also, formation of students, because we are making this important investment that we understand is this big transformation about digital transformation. This has to do with looking at our teachers and looking at our professionals. The secretary talked a bit about all of this. I'd like you to comment what is the importance of this process in the day today and where we should start. Well, it is very important for us to have, in some moments, with or without the technologies, it's important for you to have a colleague beside you. Say, wow, all the initial doubts that all of us have in all the professions, it's very cool to have a compliance, to have someone that guides you at that moment. So with technology, it's the same thing. It's very important to have a colleague who is a few steps ahead. Sometimes he's a whole marathon ahead, but he looks at you and he says, look, come this way. Have you seen this material? Look, I'm going to send this to you. So it's very important to have this the networks, other networks, colleagues that are making content available on internet, training. Some training is free, others aren't, but there are a lot of people doing a lot of cool stuff for us to inspire ourselves and also to ask for help when we need it.
É de você encontrar onde você está primeiro, né? Aonde eu estou. Então, o Rubem Poentedura, ele tem gráfico do modelo SAMR, né, que fala sobre onde a gente
está. This says where are we in the digital competency, and there are people that are still in that moment of substituting. Well, now I've included a technology. So this is sometimes criticized. No, he didn't innovate. Now he's just substituted by a video on YouTube. But you have to see, this is the first step. We don't have to stop there. But for example, the guy who would make the roll call on paper, now he does it with a cell phone. Oh, not a big move, but it already is a change. When I put something on a smart board or on a slide, I can put another color, I can put another image, and this can begin giving us another engagement. It increases the learning. So the first step sometimes is just substituting something that I knew very well, but include a technology. That is the first step. And many colleagues, they need this first push to give the second and the third step. Sometimes people want you to catapult someone to 2059, where he'll be a super technology guy. Some people are able to do that, and that's very good, but there are teachers that will need that first, that second step, taking people by the hand and saying, look, here we have a good course. Here we have this video that you can watch. Let's do this course with me. So that's the way to go. You can count on the support network. There's several of them. There are a lot of people giving you a hand, extending you a helping hand. And I will help as much as I can. And we're talking about teachers that want to help. I want other teachers to reach the same place. There's no competition, no ranking. What there is to prepare. And it's what we want education to be. Look, we have over 2,000 people here. If you want to ask a question, we're receiving questions. All you have to do is point the QR code. Well, I wanted to ask a question. How do you see the role of those who produce the content in this reality that we live in, and that perhaps this does not incorporate the dimension of digital technologies? So how important is this in the level of the networks? This is a huge challenge, because in reality, I'd also like to mention something that Doug mentioned. This is a big challenge for the networks, and be working on this, which is sometimes the teachers have a huge quantity of digital resources and they don't know what to use. Is this good or not? This is something that the networks can do. It's a sort of being a curator. It's not that you're going to say to the teacher, no, you can only use this. The person has to have the autonomy to use the tools, but they have to have some tips and some guidance. So we've done this work, which I think is something very interesting and important. By the same token, in the day-to-day of schools, we have another role that's important, which is the connection, so that the project is complete. This connection of all the tools, the devices, the formation of our professionals, and there's a second part, which is the support network that we have structured to support the schools. They also have special formation to be multipliers, but to be able to make the connection with the material that is used, the day-to-day material of the schools, with these new resources. So there's another figure that's very important that should also be inserted in this process, which are the pedagogical coordinators of the school. This connection with the project, with a curriculum that's been worked on, is very important. Otherwise, you have isolated works. Once more, there's always the concern of having everything for the whole network and not just coming to tell a story of a specific project. So think what it is for the network. So we have to incorporate this in the day-to-day of the school. It's a project for the school. Also important to bring for this connection the pedagogical coordinator. So this is within the project. Of course, the teachers will always be able to do something extraordinary, a different project for the network. So this connection, these resources, and all this project of technology cooperation should be connected. So it is possible if this has been set as a priority. And this is what we're doing so that we can advance. The didactic material is a connection point, right? We teachers, we have this contact here, we can articulate this way, we can get this experience and transform it in something different. So I think the material that's available is a point of connection with colleagues. I very much like to understand how students consume the content. If we do have realities like this, so if my student consumes content between his home and somewhere else or else, while he's waiting for the doctor's or dentist's appointment, he can consume this in another way. So I can say, look, I have a book content, but I have some other content that you can access on your device or at school. So to use the didactic material as the initial point, as a contact, but not the end of the educational process. Well, without excluding everyone, one thing that we think is very cool, and that's one of the important things of technology, is to notice that connect with what he's learning. I think this is extraordinary.
There is one question here from Julio Freitas that deals exactly with this point. How can we provide technology in an environment where students have so much information, so much content, in a way that they can relate to and not only generate competition or more content, more material, and more tools? We want to have a positive impact. So how do we go about doing it? I believe it is up to public and private schools to teach students how to use those devices. When students come to me in the primary education, I teach them how to use the notebook, how to use the pen, pencil, etc. I have to teach them how to use all the resources. So it's up to school to see that we are in a world full of information, and this can be an infodemia, or this can be a place where we, or a sea where we can serve and take advantage of its waters. I have to help students how to filter in information, how to consume a healthy diet of information. So I need to teach my students, is this a good source? Go this way, do not go the other way. I just found out the website. Is this good? Well, let's see together. We try to do a curatorship. We try to be curators, but of course, my students can choose other ways, can choose other waves. We have to teach students so that they learn. It is very good to be on the internet and watching videos, TikTok videos, but sometimes we don't think it is educational, but it is educational. We have to teach our students and talk to them. How long do you spend watching those videos? Why don't you think of diversifying your interests? Why don't you read some books? By doing this, you're going to have more content. Why not talk to other people? I believe in this world of too much information, we have to teach students the value of having a good chat. And sometimes we have just to be offline and enjoy the present time with others. Also, we usually see technology as a tool within a classroom, and then you see the tablet or the construction of a robot or things like that. We speak little about citizenship, of building a digital culture where we are bombarded the whole time by issues that are not tangible. This is a process that teachers have to take ownership I'd like you to comment about citizenship on the digital world, which is part of competences. Well, I usually say that we are immersed in this digital world. People sometimes say, I don't have social media. I don't know how to use them. Well, I tell them, if you order pizza on the weekend, you are already in the social media. When you assess or evaluate the pizza, you are directly involving on other people's choices. So we need to understand the digital world much more than a game or a learning tool. We are immersed in this world and we have to learn as digital citizens that are digital visitors and digital inhabitants, that are people who live on the digital, and it's up to them to learn. And others use digital media just to learn things, but also they have different worlds. Both of them are useful. They have to know exactly where this teaching will take the students. They have to understand that they're part of it. Well, I don't know how to use this, but you are part of the construction of the student. So know how to be a good curator, to talk to students. Well, I'm not a good curator, but I can talk about it. Well, this is a good beginning. There are several Brazils outside Brazil that are students who are much ahead in terms of education, more than their parents even. So I believe these teachers can guide them, can help them search information so that we have a big network of knowledge to strengthen this school that irradiates culture, but also strengthen citizenship and society. Just like what Lili said, digital citizenship is something that we also assess. Our teachers do this connection with schools on everyday basis together with the students. This is part of the development. This is one of the competences to be developed. This is part of our students' day to day. This is irreversible. The question is how to integrate the best way possible to the day to day of education, to know how to use it the best way possible, not fight against it. We've thought for too long that this was our enemy. This is and will be part of our lives. In order, we have to see how this can support our students on their learning processes so that they can be part of this uh, medium, also developing their digital competences. You said in the beginning that perhaps it should start in the primary education. We did a survey recently that showed that curricula in universities do not include this component today. What is the role you believe universities should have in order to cover all this task of having teachers, digitally literate teachers? This is an important point. Even before the pandemic, we've been talking about digital competences. We've been discussing the importance of revisiting the curricula of teachers training. We've been doing this with the National Education Council. We have established new guidelines. We need to move forward, but I believe this is one of the areas that we have to revisit as to new teaching courses in the area of education. This is part of schools day to day, as well as student and teachers day to day. Of course, this should be part of the primary education. We have to support teachers in the continuous education. We have several professions that, and millions of them, when they went through university, that did not have those digital tools. We want to create this support network. It is very important to give them support right now. It's not something plus. We're talking of something that is part of their day-to-day activities. I participated on the World Education Forum in London this year. The most important points are social emotional competences, teacher training. This year, it was also important. The discussion point was the digital competences and to connect all this, which involves teachers training, to include this in curricula in the primary education is really important. This future cues is or are things that we need now. It's not something that we should prepare to use within 10 years. It is something for now. We need to put together universities and schools so that universities may produce content and train those teachers looking at this kind of learning because tomorrow there will be another future skill. They have to be open and learn it. We need to approach schools and universities. We need to understand that our education is volatile. It's just like a little math that goes one way or the other. We have to see education as something that is ongoing. It's not finalized. We need to understand that for those moments that we're living, we're going to be doing or needing digital competences, and we need to go look for them. Universities, in that sense, can help us by bridging this gap between theory, people with theories, theoreticians, and students. For those teachers that want to go to universities and take their researches about schools, that would be a two-way learning principle. Well, we have some other questions about the so-called trails that the Secretary of Education of Recife is trying to implement. Now, questions are where to find this material and to talk a little bit more about how this training trails are in practice so that other networks can get inspiration from. This material has been developed by CIEB, which is an institution that supports education about innovative technology. They've been doing this for a long time. They've developed this self-assessment tool. It's a simple tool. They are able to see the level they're in. And then you have the development of those so-called trails. They have moments that they're used remotely. The teachers can access remotely, but there are other situations in which they go in a practical way. We have inspired in this work developed by CIEB that supports all state and federal education networks of the whole country, but also we have to design your proposal for your network. We have opted for this hybrid model, which part of the education is remote and the other half is person to person. In parallel, we have articulated some person-to-person meetings, and I believe this is very powerful. This is a challenge. I have been or I was a secretary of the state education network. I had 65,000 teachers under my guidance. Now it's 5,000. It is important to provide this inside the schools. We have opted to have centralized networks. We have a network of multipliers and they go to schools. And this is a very powerful way of doing things. Well, Doug, I have a question here about curatorship. In this hyper-connected world where different information and tools are connected, some free of charge, others not, what it is important for teachers to discern about what is useful that can leverage learning from that which is not so quality learning or will not support them in this process of teaching learning. It is important to know what fits me best. Today, I'm working at X school with these kind of students. I have to know what content fits my goals today. Curatorship, well, there are several entities that bring loyalty and curatorship. The public material goes in that direction. We know that and on the internet you have several kind of fish, if you will. There is some fish that taste better, others not so tasty. It is important that teachers taste to see whether it's good or not. Sometimes this is good, but it's too advanced for me. This is the best for me. I just advise people to go look for public networks or CIEB or any education councils or other networks that have their own curatorship. And if you want to learn more about curatorship, I always tell people to create their own portfolio. We have assessed the text, and these are comments. Is this is good? This is not good. Who's this good for? Because this is a future skill we have to work on. What is the best? The two talk about the same topic. They're both interesting. They talk about the same things. Well, this is the beginning of our curatorship. 86% of university students, Ivy League in the United States, could not differentiate an ad from a scientific article. This does not involve only Brazil, but everyone. So we need to work well the digital curatorship. What Doug said was important. It is important to look within themselves to choose the right resources, to look for what fits best your purpose. I'm talking for myself here. I believe today networks must support teachers. It's not a favor. They must support teachers in the curatorship of digital resources. Not to say what they're going to be using, is to tell them what is good and to know that there's somebody who's giving them directions or guidelines. So this is what I'm doing. I'm telling the networks to support teachers. We cannot mix up autonomy and help. Of course, teachers need help. It's not telling them what they have to do. They have their own autonomy, but we have to support them with tools, with guidelines and suggestions. This is very important for their day to day. Well, our time is almost over, but I have some more questions. I have questions about training and services. We know this is a very important topic. The question entails the competition of topics, how to level it off on the day-to-day basis so that we can cover digital competences or competences together with other topics that are important when we are trying to recompose priorities, how to see this view. Well, this is $1 million question. This is the most difficult question. It is a challenge because you have several projects, you have trainings on the networks day to day, different areas of knowledge specific for teachers training. We have our teachers training school that builds all trainings of our professionals, but in parallel, you have different projects for teachers, and you have to make the teacher's time compatible with different trainings. We know that managing is to establish priorities. Now we are discussing here are the best way to make this compatible. Of course, teachers have their training period, but of course this is limited. One of the point is to make present moments compatible with remote periods, moments that are part of the teacher's training of that year with a complementary offer so that teachers may be interested in accessing and make it compatible. That is why traditional trainings are important. Teachers need it. And there's times where they have to work personally. So this is an incredible challenge. There's a competition of projects and teams that is part of the day-to-day of the network.
Dar escala àqueles projetos que estão dando certo na ponta, né? É óbvio que não é sobre uma escola inovadora ou um professor inovador, mas se existe essa escola, se existe esse professor, vamos dar escala para ele, né? Vamos fazer com que ele compartilhe isso de alguma maneira legal.
So let's make him share. This inspires and helps colleagues. So I talk about the challenge. This is the challenge of the good. So the bad thing would be if there would be no formation. So what we're saying is how to do the best choices, make the best choices. Very good. Well, unfortunately, we're reaching the end of our conversation. I think we could talk for another 2 hours. I'd like to thank everyone, the secretary, Professor Doug, and thank you everyone for the time that you've taken. Lia, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Secretary Frederico. It's very good to listen to you, to transit and the role of the teacher in building all this information, the initiatives that have to do with the whole network. And with this debate, with all of this, we are now going to end our first day of the enlightED Brazil 2022, this event that's also taking place in Spain, in another 2 countries of Latin America, produced by the Vivo telephone company, the Lacache Bank Foundation, and some other companies. I also want to thank the people that have had the work of doing the sign language translation, and also to thank, after this day with so much learning about the digitization of public school. Tomorrow we'll be here again for those who can be with us face to face as of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and those who can come online. We will be here again and through YouTube as well. Our conversation starts at 2:20. Tomorrow, the program will be centered in the challenges and the opportunities of the young people related to the development of these digital competencies to understand reality that that people should expect outside of school, but also remembering how the education can contribute to get equity through digital competence. And people who are with us tomorrow, just to give an idea, we have Cláudia Costin from the Getúlio Vargas from Rio, Camila Schuch from Massatek. We're going to have Lúcia from Monel, the Center of Innovation of Brazilian Education, Silvana Bahia, she's the Executive Directive Lab and Coordinator, just to give you a taste, and many other good people. You can have access to all the content of the event ever since the first edition of the enlightED edition. This is the 5th edition in the platform, enlightED Folks, which is going to compile all the cases, the talks, everything is going to be available to everyone. So the QR code is on the screen with a link if you want to follow. Those who are here face to face, you are welcome to join us for the cocktail. And we invite everyone to be with us tomorrow. Thank you very much. Congratulations for your work and see you tomorrow.